2022 at the Westminster Center School. We're convening at about 6:04. It's only a special meeting. It's our regular meeting of the month, but it's on an odd date, which is why it's being referred to as a special meeting. Yeah, we're all good. Thank you. So I'll call the meeting to order, and because we're thinking in terms of the public, Fact TV is here and folks are watching us who may not know who everyone is, we tend to open the meeting with introductions. And so I'll start over here.
I'm Margie, the Westminster board member.
Hi, I'm Karen Blanchard, Westminster Board.
Liz Hardy, Principal, Westminster Center School.
Team BOC, Westminster board.
Cheryl Charles, Chair of the Westminster Board.
Charles Hutchison, Vice Chair of the Westminster Board.
Ricky Adams, Technology.
And Nicole.
And Nicole Barnett.
Taking minutes.
Thank you, thank you. With that, are there any adjustments to the agenda? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead. And I'll see if there are any communications and public comments tonight. Looks like there may not be. All right, with that, actually, I'm seeing Jim Vecina, our finance guru and manager for the Wyndham Northeast, and thank you, Jim, for being here. We'll call on you in just a few minutes.
Sure.
So next item is to review and approve the board member minutes for October 20th. I have a couple of corrections, but let me ask if anybody else does. All righty. The first is a small one, but on the first page, under 6 reports, last sentence under finance update, the last sentence, the kids that are outside of our district will be in its excess cost, EXCESS, rather than access. It's an unusual term, but just to correct that. And then getting to the very end of the meeting, a motion was made by Charlie to enter into executive session, and then we didn't complete the minutes. It doesn't indicate that we came back out of executive session. And so I'm suggesting, and I'll send this, Nicole, to you in writing, but let me read it to the board as something to consider right now. Returning from the executive session, Cheryl Charles, the chair, reported with regret that the request for out-of-district placement of a student at Westminster Community School is denied. The board will be considering a policy to guide decision-making about such requests. Such a policy is not currently in place. That would be my proposed amendment to the minutes. All right, so with, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes with those 2 corrections.
Second.
Okay.
Aye.
Aye, sorry.
Right, we're voting.
All right, sure, yes, I think we formally called for it, but thank you for formally responding to that request. So thank you, the minutes are approved, and I think, Nicole, that's fine to do it just that way. So with that, then, very exciting, let's hear the principal's report.
Sure, yeah, we're all abuzz about the harvest meal today, but I am going to bring us back to Monday, October 31st, when we held our second annual Farm and Field Day. And this was a day that was filled with activities outside, including a story walk, horse-drawn wagon rides, yoga, jewelry making, and sack races. We cooked pizza outside in pizza ovens, and community members parked a variety of vehicles in our parking lot for students to explore. This was held in the morning, and then in the afternoon we had our Halloween parade, which we were able to welcome the Korean Marching Band again this year, just the drum section, and it was really wonderful day for everyone. Yeah, it was really nice.
I videoed it, so
Oh, great. Today we had our harvest meal. This is a tradition that we haven't had in our building for about 3 years due to COVID. We were able to welcome families into the school, had a meal together. There was bread, kale salad, butter, cheese, and either squash soup or corn chowder. Our 4th graders welcomed everyone with a song, and then we closed the event with our school song, Funny Road. Our students and staff worked on Wednesday to chop vegetables, roll silverware, make table decorations, and set up the tables and chairs. The tradition is really special and a total team effort by the whole school, students and staff. And one of the most magical things about the event is that We use locally grown food either within a very short distance from the school or directly from our school garden. And we ended the afternoon with an all-school hike through Evans Woods. And our after-school program is up and running, as you know. Our current clubs are cupcake decorating, arts and crafts, weaving, art journaling, basketball, readers theater. We also started tutoring this week, and tutoring is held on Mondays and Wednesdays after school. And just to, I know Andy has been talking a lot about our work with Focus Schools, so just so the board is aware, we do have an instructional leadership team here at the school. Every school within the SU, WCS, has been working with Focus Schools, and we're beginning to the phases of leading staff through a process to identify a targeted instructional focus that would identify one thing we want all students to know and be able to do. And it's really an exciting opportunity for us to use our data in deciding a common instructional goal throughout the school. So that will be updating you about the process as well. And that is about it for today.
Could you say a little bit more about the common instructional goal, please?
Yeah,
Just define that
so
a bit more.
the hope is that we're going to be looking as a staff, looking at, well, deciding what we really, if we did this, if we got really good at this, it would make everything else better, right? So if we get really good at comprehension, or just for example, we haven't decided what our instructional goal is, it is going to impact positively so many other aspects of our educational day. So we're going to be looking at our data and looking at where some deficits are and what we want to target. And then as a staff, we'll decide what that one thing is, and we will think about a specific strategy that we want to see in all classrooms. You know, that could be, would be one example. Right, like, or even like we could say, okay, we want to do critical thinking, but we want to use writing to focus on critical thinking. So we're going to be talking about evidence-based, using evidence in our writing, justification, and focus on that aspect so that kids are always explaining their thinking, and then they're explaining their thinking in all content areas. And that's only going to make everything better, not just your writing, but you're going to be explaining your thinking in math, and you're going to be explaining your thinking when you're drawing an art piece, like, why did you do that? You know, so that is the process, and we're not really sure what our targeted focus will be at this point, but we are in the beginning stages.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have, is thinking the only aspect that you're going to be looking at in terms of the whole child? I mean, I'm thinking, you know, that when you ask about art, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, kind of what the motivation was, or what does it say to you, or, you know, when I hear thinking, I hear it differently than a more rounded approach. And I know you, so I know that there's going to be a rounded approach. But I wanted to ask that. So is it based on thinking or feelings as well? Or?
Well, it'll really be based off of data.
Okay.
So it has to be measurable by data. So that's tricky, because I know our staff will want to say, you know, curiosity or kindness or empathy, right? Really difficult. We don't have an assessment right now that assesses empathy.
Yeah.
But we are phrasing it in a way, and we'll lead our staff through this. I don't have the words off the tip of my tongue, but those are kind of like prerequisite. Like, yeah, we're going to be taking care of kids, and we're going to be focusing on kindness and all of those social skills. And we're going to focus on this instructional piece too, that's connected to data.
Yeah.
But if you're thinking about art and you want to, like, communication is your goal, like that's a standard. And how can we work on communication? If you're explaining your feelings or even your thinking, it doesn't really matter, but you're working on articulating that.
Yeah, I mean, there are approaches that are very result-oriented on empathy, for example.
Yeah.
So I'm on, you know, just some ideas and asking about stuff.
Definitely, thank you. Thanks.
So another question then, talking about the evidence and the data, where are you? Do you have recent test results? Bring us up to date on that.
So we have been working, the SU is using Panorama, so that's connected with our behavioral data through Swiss, our map testing, and our attendance. Those are the three pieces that are already in there. But classrooms have other data that they use for their instructional planning, including our reading assessments, running records, a primary number and operation assessment that is done in K2, our phonological awareness profile that is done K2 as well. So we have data sheets that we use in grade levels that we talk about, and so we'll be looking at that data.
And one of the things that we talked about with ESSER support is creating for you all as administrators and teachers and parents, I suppose, as well, but a more comprehensive database. So is that underway, and are you able to access it?
I think we're still in the beginning stages of that, because much of the assessment that's done in the primary level is, I don't know for sure, but I haven't seen it be connected to Panorama yet. So our question is, how do we house and where do we house all the other assessments that we're doing? And we just talked about this yesterday with Focus Schools too, developing an assessment plan for the SU, so we're not over-assessing, or our upper grades feel like they're under-assessing, right? And our primary grades feel like you're over, like, are we duplicating? And you don't want either of those, but you want a clear plan for the year, so we know what and when and how we are assessing students in different schools.
And is there a plan, so like, when I have slight aversion to the running records, because they're not necessarily research data, there's not a strong research base to defend the use of them or show that students make progress. So is that part of it too, is looking at what data systems you have and which ones you might say, we don't necessarily need this system anymore, and this might be a better precursor to.
Yes, and making sure we're getting the information that we need.
Yeah.
And we're using tools that are giving us the information we need.
Well, thank you for all of that, and continue to keep us posted. Did you have any questions, Charlie?
No, thank you.
I was talking to Deb the other day. There is a system we've started using now in our district that can house, like, you can build any data system you want into it,
Okay.
which is nice because you can put literally any assessment in there, and a lot of them are already in there.
What is that called?
It's called Forefront, so
Yes.
it's a great,
I love
it.
it.
It has really good math screeners, which are short and quick, and the PNOA we built it in there and stuff, but it can also, you can put like works their way assessments and that kind of stuff, they're all in there, and so you can get a clear view of like all of the kids' data.
Right.
One.
Sounds like what we've definitely built together.
All right, so Charlie and then Margie. Yeah.
I'm thinking, I think the intention is great, to find that thing that's going to unlock all the other doors. Likelihood is you won't find that one thing that will unlock all the doors.
Right.
So I was thinking of the science practices. So there are about 8 sort of skills or mental habits that the science community uses to try and to develop in children from K up, so they gradually become more and more like scientific thinkers. So I'm wondering, rather than trying to be the key, really you don't have to find the one, but a one this year, maybe another one next year, another one next year. So I would just caution not to beat yourselves on the head to find the golden key. Just something that makes sense.
Yeah.
And say, let's just infuse this for this year, and then talk about it, and then try another one.
Yeah, and the way Focus Schools explained that too, because that was my thinking at first, do you pick like one thing this year and then next year? And their explanation was you pick one thing, one big umbrella, right? And you want it to be broad so that everyone is able to access it, right? It doesn't have to be just during your math block or just during your science block. It's so broad that any class, any grade, any time could be teaching this, but you might change the strategy you're using. So it might be comprehension, and you might do like a specific comprehension strategy, and then you might shift it a little bit, but it'll still be under the umbrella of comprehension. And I think it also has to be one that our whole staff is invested in, and that they see the value in this thing, this one thing. So I'll let you know when we get there.
Margie?
Oh, the other question I had is like, with the assessments, are most of those assessments for your own information, or what are the ones that are like sent to the state?
Yeah, well, SBAC, which we're not doing
What is,
anymore.
so that's gone.
That the state is discontinued. There'll be a new one, I'm not sure
They'll still
what it is.
make you report to us.
Yeah, and that's the one
Right.
that's to the state, and that was after 3rd grade. So
Okay,
it doesn't start till 3rd grade. Most, especially in kindergarten level, are for
you
the
guys.
teachers' use.
Yeah.
For instructional groupings.
Just did Nate, didn't you? Did you just do?
We didn't, that's another one that is,
That's 4th and 8th grade.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I think we got chosen for NAEP last year, yeah.
What did you just say about primary grades then? Something, what are the required tests there?
Math, we do.
Okay.
We didn't do math in kindergarten in the fall, we'll do it in the winter, we just thought that was more appropriate.
Yeah.
They do a primary numbers and operation, and it's not necessarily a required, it's what our staff is saying
It's helpful to
is
them?
helpful,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's a really good assessment.
Yeah.
Primary number.
right, but it doesn't go to the state, it's not a state
Right,
thing,
but
but it's a
for
school.
you guys.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. Kindergarten does speech screeners and occupation OT screeners in kindergarten, and then we do phonological awareness profile.
Thank you. Thanks. Looking to the next agenda item, you could continue because it's really an update on parent and community involvement. And you've gotten quite a bit of outreach going on. Just an update to us if there's anything new in terms of numbers of volunteers.
Yeah, we have about 7 community volunteers for all aspects. Some people who have volunteered at Studio Y, some people who are putting their names in to be winter sports volunteers, and quite a few classroom readers.
Great.
Yeah, that's great. And so I just had somebody reach out today, so people are still reaching out, and I just connect them with the classroom. And we go from there.
I think the most recent article that you two wrote that was in the Westminster Gazette included this request and encouragement, and it was front page.
I know, and that's this person who called today said, I read your article in the Gazette. Yeah.
Great.
Well, to everybody, we encourage you to reach out to Liz if there are ways you'd like to volunteer. So that's great, thank you. And similarly, an old subject, the possible capital improvements. You don't have probably the October 31 report where the facility assessment was done?
I don't. No, I don't have any info about that.
This is all just a heads up as we look ahead. December 1 will be our board meeting where we focus completely on budget and kind of related items. And so if there are needs for possible capital improvements that are not covered by ESSER, that by those federal monies that may be possibly eligible for that. If there are things that you think we should be looking at either in the budget or for proposed use of the surplus monies that we have from 21 and 22, we don't have the number from fiscal year 22 yet. We do have the figure around $1 million from fiscal year 21, and all of that has to go in the form of a proposal to the voters at town meeting. So it's just to have us really be prepared for that, and that's why I keep asking,
Yeah, no, I'm glad it's still on the agenda, and I think the audit, the facilities audit would be a great way to use some data to make those decisions.
Correct. Okay, and then another old topic, but I think to update everybody, we spent some time at the last board meeting talking about the proposed Wyndham Northeast Early Learning Center and offices. Several of us were at the most recent SU board meeting, and I'll quickly summarize, and then I'll invite those of you who were there to maybe add in any comments if you choose to do so. But basically, an independent study was conducted to look at the feasibility of creating an early learning center, which would be from birth through preschool for the SU, and to look at a business plan around that possibility as well. The result of that analysis, done again by this independent firm, was that there is a real need. There's a documented need in our supervisory union and nearby towns and villages to serve the early learning community from a business perspective. That is, is it feasible financially? Financially, not clear that it is. In fact, it appears not to be feasible. When analyzing all the numbers, it looked like it'd be prohibitive for too many families to pay what is needed to provide for that birth through preschool approach, as was at least conceived for a new early learning center and supervisory union offices here. With all of that, then the result of that meeting at the supervisory union level was to say, well, let's not give up here, but let's focus on preschool. Let's focus to see what we can do potentially to expand at least that beyond the 10 hours a week that's funded by the state. And so that's the next phase, and there will be meetings to focus on that, to try to brainstorm or to try to come up with some ideas. And some people believe that beginning with preschool is within the purview of the supervisory union, perhaps more so than trying to fill a gap around birth through toddler years. Anyway, that's the current status, still more study to be done, but I welcome any comments from others of you who were at that meeting and have read those materials.
I read the materials. I think it makes sense that the focus starts with pre-K, given that it just didn't look like it was feasible in terms of the financial situation. I do wonder if it would be, right now I know that it's like it seems like it's a separate, there's not a connection between, there's a connection between the school and the preschool, but not, like, there's a,
No.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how to describe it. It's a different program, right? And so I wonder if that would continue to look like that, or if it would be, the pre-K would start to be more part of the schools if we expanded the pre-K to full day. And also just thinking about, right now, there's often children from Grafton and Saxon River who come because they don't have preschools there. And so if it were to expand to full-time, I'd assume it would be more Westminster parents would probably choose this as an option because it was full-time. And just what that would mean for kids in Grafton and Saxon River, if they then, how they could then also have the opportunity to have preschool as well.
You know, I was, what do I say? Sorry that was the conclusion, frankly, just because there's such a great need for parents of young ones, young before preschool. So at any rate, you know, the data came through the way it did, and that's what we had to go by. So the idea of figuring out what, you know, Tom was talking about, or Keen was talking about here, which is about, you know, the preschool being integrated into, you know, a school system, if it's possible, and looking at the finances and what that means.
Everything we're hearing about school readiness in the younger community suggests, you know, possibly exacerbated by COVID, highly likely exacerbated by COVID with so much isolation for so many children for a couple of years. You know, yeah, I just feel that it's an urgent need to try to figure out how to do this effectively. And if we're going to be focused on the pre-K, the pre-kindergarten, already we have precedent in the supervisory union. We're already helping to provide those services. It makes sense to try to see what we can do to provide high quality early learning for more children than are currently being served. So for the public, you know, there's still more research going on. This isn't figured out yet. Yes?
I wasn't at the meeting, but I did read the reports. And the thing is, I think there's some cautions about those kind of reports, because firstly, I don't think the researchers made a clear enough distinction between need and demand. So clearly we identify a need at a societal level, but demand is about who's going to pay. So the second thing is, it was sort of stated as a given that it had to be a 5-star program. So that's clearly going to price you up. So I don't, the perfect is the enemy of the good sometimes. So I'm not sure what debate was around that, went on around that. It's a room for a 3-star program or a 4.5 or whatever. The third thing was that it was very interesting that actually the report said it is feasible. Yeah. It was in Andy's PowerPoint that he said it's not feasible. So I wanted to know, how did we get from that to that?
Yeah.
Who made that? Who reanalyzed the report and said, did he actually say, they say it's feasible, but I don't agree, because they said it was feasible? I disagree with them. I think it's not feasible, but it's interesting that somebody who in that company.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure if that was a typo, given everything else.
Well, it could have been the word not was missed out.
Exactly.
So I asked him, was the word not missed out? But they said very clearly, it is feasible. But anyway, I think as a 5-star program, they're probably right. It's not feasible, but what about other levels. And how many five-star programs are there in Vermont anyway? I mean, really, we have to be that gold-plated. So then, what was I going to say? So then, so I agree. If the consensus at the time was, well, then we'll throw the baby, most of the baby out and just go stick with preschool. How was that consensus arrived at, as opposed to re-examining the original report and saying, well, okay, so we can't do everything we want, but there's something we can have.
As like a business owner, I was chafing a little bit at the report, because I was like, feasible or not feasible, like, anything is feasible. You just have to manipulate the variables until it works. Like, I run a business, I know how to do this. It's like you said, like 3-star, 4-star, how many kids pay, how many kids don't, where is it, what, there are 1,000 variables to manipulate. So to say just blanket, no, not feasible, I was like, it's feasible, I could make it feasible for you. But, I think the biggest question in the meeting was, should the school district be looking at 0 years old to pre-K? And somebody did bring up that point strongly. We shouldn't even be looking at this. Like, this is too young. This is not part of what K through 12, this is not what's part of what we do in the school district. We don't do younger kids. So I don't even know why we're talking about this. So that was said. I did not say that. But so I get that point. I can understand where people were coming from there. Yeah, but I do think that there's definitely room for manipulating the variables, for sure. But also maybe it doesn't make sense to do just only the pre-K, because that's being done.
Well, I think if there are these kinds of questions, I mean, not having been there, Charlie, so, is to have an opportunity to talk, with Andy again about, you know what I mean? Because these didn't come up quite this way at that meeting. That's all I'm wanting to say, that what really wasn't. And there was some clear steps to the fact that it was not feasible to do this because of a number of variables, right? So even though there were those that were there, wished it was different. So I just feel like if there are some questions, that it would be worth having a conversation again. That's all I want to say, because they didn't come up at that. Your comment about, that it was inconsistent doesn't jive with what I read, but, that's all I wanted to say. If maybe we, have more of a conversation, again, to sort of put it to rest in whatever ways is appropriate.
I think it's not over. I think what's happened now is that it's a refocus for now on the pre-K, with us not losing any of this information. And I personally think the larger question is still appropriate, because the underlying foundation for all children's health, well-being, and academic success begins in those earliest of years. So that was one person's voice that night. There was not a robust debate about whether or not it's in the purview of the supervisory union to do that. That was just, those were comments, no resolution was made on that. But anyway, going forward, there is this group convening to keep working on it, just with a slightly more limited scope for now.
Can you go to those meetings? Because I can't go to those meetings. Okay.
Nancy?
No, the
Early learning.
early learning meetings, they're making them in the, and then I did speak with Jennifer. Yeah.
The principal of early learning.
Yes, I do find it strange that it's not in the school districts. Like, I mean, when I was trying to get online and find information, you can't find the information online.
And I think it's because of the way it's funded, right?
She
That's
said
funded
that.
to the end. Yeah.
Jennifer said that.
So, because that would be a structural change, if it ended up being full-time preschool within the schools, that then part of the cost would be, the new cost would be part of it would go into the budget, and it would be paid by the Westminster taxpayers.
And the question is, would we not be tuitioning out pre-K?
So
What was it?
would we not budget for pre-K tuition? Like right now, we budget for pre-K tuition for people who want to go to any pre-K 10 hours a week. So would that change because we offer pre-K?
Offer it, and then you'd have to
Right.
hire all the teachers for it, no matter how many kids there would be,
True.
versus like,
All the
they
space.
cap it.
Right. I wonder how, oh, right, maybe you do both then.
Yeah. I think you did that.
So to be continued, so everybody,
Yeah.
right? Okay, anything else right now on it? Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. And then the next topic under old business is the 2024 budget development and 21-22 surplus, which I've commented on. Jim, I did hand out the document. Nicole has sent us the PDF of this document electronically, and then she gave it to me to hand to all the board members tonight. You know, we have our special meeting on December 1, where we're really focused on the budget. So we're not going to, at least in my view, spend time on this tonight. But I'd certainly invite you, this is Jim, Vicina, to make any comments about this that you'd like to, because this is the second version, and I don't know whether you and Liz have yet met to talk it through.
We haven't,
Okay.
we haven't.
So I'd certainly ask if the two of you can meet between now and December 1 to get into that. I've got a couple of comments, but Jim, did you want to make any comments about it? We'd welcome that if you'd like to do so.
Just quickly, I just want to make one comment if I can. It won't take a lot of time, but if you can go on page 4. And I'm looking at line 913.
Okay.
And I just want to mention, there are a number of anomalies that I'm going to just point out to you. Under the last year's fiscal year operation, you'll see a number of 17,984. You'll see this year, 22,395. You'll see the live data as 3851. And I just want to tell you, I have not been able to go back and find out what the actual 17,984 represents. But there's certainly something wrong in those calculations. Now, I don't know if the 17,984 had some federal people in it, but I will try to look at it at some point in time. But I can say that, and it's very hard to go back to see how past budgets were constructed. But I can tell you the data that is under the 24 is live data that has a tie-in to an actual person. And I'm just not sure how, if somebody said, gee, what happened back in last year where you had 18,000 and now you're only spending 4? And I don't know that I have an answer. So I just wanted to point that out.
Is this one specific individual? What
No,
this
this is,
referring to?
this would be the teachers, all of the teachers under the 1,100, regular or general ed teachers.
Their insurance.
Jim, there's it's interesting you point to that line, but there's actually a whole lot of those similar examples.
Yes,
A whole
there
bunch of
are.
them.
Yes, there are.
But that's all.
And I just point that out because it was one of the larger ones, Charlie.
Yes.
So-
But you have confidence in the numbers for the 23 budget, do you? They are real numbers, are they?
I have confidence in the numbers for the 24 budget.
Oh, but we are, wait a minute, what are we doing here? Oh, I see, big button, yes. Huh,
22, 23, and 24.
oh, so we're actually voting on the 24 budget right now, so I'm confused, yeah.
Right, just because
This is
this
Yeah,
is
yeah,
the
yeah.
school year 22,
Yeah,
23.
it's good, so, wow. That is weird, but so these 22 and 23 numbers are some kind of,
Well,
they're a mystery.
So I would ask everybody to read this, you know, and be prepared for the meeting on December 1. One of the things that I find really helpful that you've been doing recently in these reports, Jim, is that you've got well, just looking at page 1, budget expenditures, school district salaries, what you're doing is putting the backup so that you can see the detail that forms those numbers. And then we get
yes,
to the next section, which would be down to, should be insurance and benefits. In every case, you put the detail behind it, so you can read through and see what's making or taking, creating those numbers in total. So that's really helpful. Toward the back, there's it's all quite detailed, but it shows the bond that we're finally going to be done paying off at $95,000 a year plus interest in 2026.
What page is that?
That is on page 38.
Yeah, right.
So we're almost done with that long-term bond, which was the gymnasium, by the way. Then it's got all the personnel that are Westminster employees. Please know that we have a great many people in the building who are supervisory union employees. So one of the things that's going on right now is the finance committee for the supervisory union, and I do sit on that, has been working with Jim and is very close to having a supervisory union budget. Then what happens with that is that each of our school districts is assessed proportionately. And then that is built in to this budget. So we have the Westminster numbers, and then we get a percentage of what's applicable to us as Westminster that's built in.
Can I just pick up on that? Does that
sure.
mean that those numbers are not yet in here? That would have like,
They
technical
are when
services and
you
transport services?
get toward the very end, it's like page 45. Jim has begun to estimate
Oh, excellent,
what
right.
are, you know, so we go from, you know, a 4 point something, 4.8 million budget to a 5 point, based on the additional.
But those numbers have yet to be determined at the certain.
They're not finalized, but they're real close.
Okay.
I actually think that that's gonna be proposed at the SU meeting next week. And then another thing that's interesting and important is on page 42, and it's the number of students that we, Athens, Grafton, and Westminster, pay tuition for, where they go to, because we do not offer 7th and 8th grade. Page 42, we don't offer 7th and 8th grade in Westminster, and so our students either go to the middle school in Dulles Falls, or they have the option to go to other nearby schools. And we, the taxpayers, pay tuition for them to do that. So you want to keep track of what those numbers are as well. So anyway, Jim, you're making huge progress in all of this. Thank you.
Okay.
And we have a lot of questions, I'm sure, because it's, you know, it's an important process.
sure, absolutely. Okay. Thank you.
So with that, I don't think you need to stay, the rest of the items we're going to be discussing, but I don't think we're going to be taking any action on them. And of those, pardon?
Oh, I have a little question on this.
Oh, please do, I won't move on. I was just about to say that Jim could leave us at a certain point here if he chose to.
Yeah, I was just clearing my throat, actually.
All right, any more questions, though, on the 2024 budget development and our surplus questions?
On that page you were just talking about, we pay for 9th grade?
No, that's the high school.
It does say 9th grade that we pay for 9 students.
9, 10, 11, 12, for 14 students.
That's true.
2 to Green Mountain, oh, that's one is Grafton though. Or so, but there are 3 Hilltop and 9 Compass, it says here.
Yeah, Jim, this page 42. I've not seen that before. That's not in the Westminster budget that I've seen, ever. So I don't know what that
Are
means.
I think there were 9 students, and Compass did not give me the breakdown for what grade level they were at.
Oh.
And so I just put the 9, I parked them under the 9th grade, but they're probably spread throughout.
They
But I
would
did
only be
not.
7th and 8th grade,
What's that?
would only be 7th and 8th grade if we're paying for them.
And same with Hilltop. I don't actually think Hilltop goes to 9th grade.
Right.
No, we go through.
So you're saying you actually just plugged it in there. I think we're saying that that's, something needs to be investigated and corrected there.
We'll do that. Okay, thank you for bringing that up.
Thanks, everybody, yeah.
I haven't thought of, I might have a question for Jim on the question of the students coming in from outside the district.
Sure.
Issue. So I know we're not on that for agenda item yet, but
We have a policy that,
we have a policy which we're going to discuss. I don't want to keep them forever. Would it be premature to ask Jim a question anyway, a general question?
Oh, go ahead, while he's still here.
So Jim, so we're going to discuss the policy of students coming into Westminster from other districts and how we pay for that and whether we want to do it or not. My question is, at the marginal level, if Westminster's enrollment goes up by 1 student, do we receive extra funds from the state or not?
I will say this, I certainly, and this is my opinion, but the state is changing many of the way they used to do a lot of their funding. And I will say that I certainly wouldn't count on additional state funding for additional students that you may bring in.
Okay, then the opposite side of that question. If a student chooses to leave Westminster and go to another district, can the other district claim that student from the state and get money from the state? Oh, no, big one. Sorry, we've already answered that question. If a student goes out of the district, could we lose money from the state? Could we, Westminster, lose money?
Many of this, I mean, the students that go into different schools do it based on school choice. And usually those are, and again, I think there was some misunderstanding because some people thought if somebody chose to attend a high school on school choice, that they were compensated for that.
No, I'm just thinking.
I don't think they are. I don't.
For elementary kids, if an elementary student chooses to leave our district, is there any penalty against us for the state, from the state?
In the formulas that are kind of connected with the taxation, the Vermont tax, you do have a line which is equalized pupils. And the equalized pupils are pupils that live in your district. And so if you're losing some of those students to go out, I would say it certainly could have a negative effect. Because the more that equalized pupils goes down, I think it shifts some of the tax burden.
Okay, thank you.
But if students come in, they don't count towards our equalized pupils either.
Not unless they're residing within your boundaries.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's going to help inform the conversation about the policy, but thank you.
Okay, all right.
Thanks for-
Anything else, Jim, or are you
Nope.
ready to sign off?
I'm going to sign off.
We so
Thank you so
appreciate it.
much.
Thank you.
Thank
See you
very
soon.
much, guys.
All right, take care.
So new business for discussion. Are there any other questions? I'm sorry. Any other on that? Okay, thank you. So new business, a discussion of the reading program specific to Westminster. I think this is an item, team, that you had suggested we discuss.
Yeah, I know that we talked at the beginning of the year about the district is starting to work with the Stern Center, and I was wondering on an update on that and what that looks like, and how it might affect the way in which some reading is instructed and intervention and that kind of
Yeah.
thing. Sure, that's fine.
So last year, so they were working with the Student Center with a program called Lead to Read, and special educators were taking, I believe it's a 2-year program. I could be wrong on that, but they took the first year last year, and the second year is this year. This year, our Title I teachers are taking Lead to Read this year, first year, and then the hope is that we can open it up to classroom teachers. So that has changed our intervention, because as you know, it used to be LLI, like only LLI.
What's
So level literacy intervention, which is
Okay.
basically very similar to the classroom instruction. So it's saying a student needs more, and then for some students, it's beneficial, but not all. And many students who need an intervention in the classroom, like they're not making the gains that we're expecting in the classroom, and they need more, and they might need different. So now with our new learning and the way the SU is shifting, intervention is able to provide different instruction to students who, like, for example, if they're needing extra support with phonemic awareness, they would get that type of intervention that is not as strong in the classroom in an intervention session. And I think the SU is also shifting. A few years ago, we adopted the Fountas and Pinnell classroom, and so now
What classroom?
Fountas and Pinnell classroom, which is a balanced literacy approach. And so I think with Deb Cardian's leadership, we're able to look at Fountas and Pinnell classroom as not necessarily a program, but as a structure, and having some autonomy to work within that structure to meet student needs. So for example, one structure that's beneficial to all students is small group instruction, right? But with Fountas and Pinnell classroom, that always means guided reading. So that's giving some autonomy to the teacher, and with the new learning from Lead to Read to address student need within small groups. And part of Fountas and Pinnell classroom is interactive read aloud. That's just a great strategy, and that's going to be beneficial to the classroom. And to think about, we have these wonderful book sets in Fountas and Pinnell classroom to guide the interactive read alouds, but also to have the autonomy to bring in an interactive read aloud that might connect with their social studies or science unit as well. So we're just making some small shifts to try to address all learners.
So tying that back to what teens do, what was the name of the program you talked about, or what was your topic? I've forgotten the beginning of this conversation, I'm sorry.
Lead to Read.
Lead to Read, right,
The
that's it, Lead
Student
to Read.
Center.
Yeah.
So that's something that's happening now that the,
So we started with special education,
right.
special educators, and then it's Title I teachers, and then next year, the goal is to open it up to classroom teachers.
And then the other, I'm not meaning to put you on the spot.
Okay.
My question is too about the, because there's a lot of training when Lynn Carey was here around the 3 queuing system. And I'm wondering if we are working to dismantle that system?
Would you explain the 3 queuing system to me?
Yes. The 3 queuing system, how much background do you want on the 3 queuing
Just 3
system?
queues, just.
There's
Queue is queue 1, queue 2, queue 3.
yeah, so it's thinking about the way in which you approach reading, so the way reading is taught, so it's like you don't, you think about what, instead of reading the word, like with using your phonics, you think about what word would make sense, look at the picture, that stuff, which has proven with brain research to actually be a very poor reading strategy. But it is one that our previous assistant superintendent pushed very hard. And so there was a lot of training on it a couple of years ago, and it's research shows that it actually creates huge problems in reading and creates poorer readers and stronger readers. And so I know that some of that, I'm just wondering on what that work looks like in saying, like, we're no longer saying, look at the picture to figure out the word. It's like, look at the letters to figure out the word.
No contextual.
Yeah, don't use yeah.
Yeah, and we're lucky that we have Deb Cardane, who's working closely with teachers to make that shift.
Okay.
So what you're saying is that so that is not a literacy, in other words, it doesn't work with people who are non-literate, what you just described.
It doesn't work.
So what's the thing that doesn't work called?
It's,
She said three Qs.
the thing is called, I mean, it's based in like a whole language approach, but it's called the specific trainings that were brought were around the 3 queuing system.
So trying to put this maybe in a little bit larger perspective then, and help is appreciated with all of it. You're saying now that Fountas and Pinnell, which is a reading approach that began out in Athens and Grafton and spread and with a lot of advocacy from the superintendent's office at that point in time, that now that we're 3 years into it, we're looking at the positive structural elements, but still providing more autonomy for people to, based on evidence, we're moving yet again toward a more evidence-based approach to what works to teach reading. That's what I'm hoping I'm hearing here.
Yeah, and it's looking at that system was weaker in the phonics instruction.
Right.
And so it's supplementing and knowing that it's just knowing where the deficits were in the system and supporting where the deficits were. And also just building teacher capacity in knowing what quality literacy instruction will look like and looking at the structures, like this is a structure that's going to be beneficial to all learners, but having some flexibility within that structure to not have to ignore them. That makes sense.
And the 3 queuing system is separate from Fountas and Pinnell, is it? Or
No,
not?
it's very, very, very
Yeah.
connected.
Yeah,
Thank you. I don't,
Yeah.
I actually didn't know that.
yeah.
I actually didn't know that.
Do people like the Fountas and Pinnell?
There are aspects of it that are great, you know, they're,
Interactive read aloud is great. The books are really good.
and on different grade levels, right? So if you're in your older grades and they are reading, right? So
Yeah.
they're reading continual text, the books are engaging, but then again, the word work is lacking. And so we need to supplement that.
One of the issues is like the word work isn't necessarily connected with the text that they're reading, so they don't read decodable text in the younger grades. They read books that have words and patterns that they haven't learned, and so they have to guess in order to read those books. And so,
I think this is a really important discussion, and I appreciate everybody's help with it. There's a tension here in that overall curriculum per se is said to be the responsibility of the supervisory union. At the same time, the law allows for individuality at the district level and at the building level. And so we need to just kind of look at all of those dynamics here. And so I think it's quite healthy that the question was brought up here, that we can discuss it. And I think it may end up also being a topic at the supervisory union level.
I just also wanted to mention the thought that, you know, a good tool or a good program or any program is a good program in the hands of a teacher. And so it's building the skill level of our teachers to recognize and to shift their instruction based on their student need. So I don't know, we can't like hang our hats on any program really unless we build the skill level of our educators.
which is it's a multi-year process. It's not a short process. It's a long process, but it sounds like it's going that like
It's in a positive
Yes.
direction, that's, yeah.
which is good.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on that right now?
Well, I actually should have said this during your principal report, but I'm also just totally impressed with schools in general and this school, because it's like, you guys are doing all this extra stuff, and then you're also teaching these kids.
I
and,
know.
like day-to-day, just the day-to-day slog getting through it, plus all the extras. I'm totally impressed.
And the kids come home like very happy every day.
Yeah, they're like
Yeah,
doing fun things, they're
Yeah.
learning. I mean, Junie's reading.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa, she's learning.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
it's impressive.
I have just a quick anecdotal story about that because our K1 students made a variety of breads for the feast today. And just instead of just like taking their dessert and going, you know, the teacher said, we're going to try all the breads and we're going to describe them using describing words, like always a teaching moment, you know, it's just so funny.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
That's great.
And they get to go to Studio Wineries.
Oh,
Yeah, first time.
yeah.
Very
Oh,
exciting.
Kindergarten hasn't done yet. Oh, sweet.
Mhm.
Awesome.
Outstanding. That's great. Well, let's dive into the complex topic of out-of-district attendance policy.
This is a complex.
And I know that Margie and Charlie have both worked on it. You've got and they brought it to us for consideration tonight. So you've got a draft policy here. And do you guys want to kind of walk us through what you're proposing for consideration here?
Well, Margie did the lion's share of it, so you should start.
Okay, I just used the,
VSBA, Vermont State School Board Association. That's what it is.
and that was sent to us by Sean, the lawyer.
Mhm.
So I just used that as a guide, changed a few things. I thought I mean, yeah, so basically what I'm saying is that, or what we decided to put forth here is that, basically we will admit people when space is available. We're not gonna discriminate based on anything, yeah. One of the main things we were concerned about was tuition, and that basically what we're saying in this number one is that we will create a tuition rate that's based on the state numbers, but that, I mean, I don't know what I'm saying here. That we're gonna make, I mean, you guys can read it, we're gonna make a tuition rate for non-resident people.
Would it be different than the price per pupil that's in the budget already? If they're not
Typically
No.
not. We
I
have to
don't
es-
think so.
We have to establish one every year, and
Yeah.
that's typically the idea. So that's not, this is not a brand new thing?
No.
Okay.
Although, you know, that conversation that we were having with you last time about special ed
Mhm.
being an extra, what did they call it, what was the wording?
Excess cost?
An excess cost, like,
Help a lot
I
of people
thought
get
that this
through.
might leave us room to tack something on, actually, if we need to. I don't know if it
I
does.
would, thanks, Margie. I would say that with first glance through this, you might be appalled. We sound like wall builders.
Wait, do you think we do?
So that was a bit shocking to me to realize that basically I ended up thinking this shouldn't be easy for people to do this. And I think it all revolves around this question of the tuition, which is why I was grilling Jim a little bit. Because there's two issues. One is, does tuition travel from one school district to another? And then is there any penalty at the state level? If the other district loses a student, are they going to be miffed at us because they've lost some state revenue? Are we going to get any extra state revenue and so on? And I thought, well, let's look at it the other way around. If a fourth grade student came to us and said, I want to move to Grafton, will you pay my tuition to go to Grafton? We probably would say no, because we don't want to shift. I don't think our voters would agree to have an open door to say, well, anybody who wants to move to somewhere else, to go somewhere else because their uncle lives there, we'll pay for them. And Rockingham has already made it very clear that they're not going to pay for anybody to come here. So,
Have they?
Yeah.
I was curious about that.
well, I mean, a number of board members have, so I think that means it's mixed.
Okay, so they're just saying no.
So the question is, I think basically the idea is dead in the water if tuition is involved, I think. But it's going to be very rare that a school district says, yes, out of the goodness of our heart, we will pay for Sally to go to somewhere else because we just wish for the best. It's going to be a very rare occasion. So we carved out the obvious exception, which was people who work in this building. And if somebody works in our building, we'll say, sure, bring your kids.
Yeah.
But at this point, hang on a second, Karen, at this point, we haven't carved out any other exceptions. And that's where I'd like to throw it open. If people's hearts are broken by the fact that this does look like a wall, then what other exceptions would you like to put in there?
Like a wall or a war? What's the word?
Wall.
Wall, thank
Yes.
you. I'm glad.
But I think it's sort of imposed on us by the fact that nobody's going to want to pay us to have their children come here. and we wouldn't either.
And the sending school is required to meet the needs, is that right? Like if a kid has a bunch of special ed needs, that school is required to hire the people to fill
By
that
law,
need,
yes.
by law.
Mhm.
So like, it's not like they can really say, oh, that need is gonna be filled here and not at this other school, right?
No, we don't.
So I guess I'm confused as to when people would really, yeah.
When they
And
would be
the
able
other
to
thing
pay
is
them.
that if we were to open the door, I think, and it wasn't my thought, but I think I agree that there could easily be a drift from quote unquote big or popular schools from small schools to big schools.
Yeah.
You could further drain the Athens, Grafton, the little schools, because Westminster has this great reputation. Let's all get our kids to go to Westminster.
Yeah.
How do we ever decide that? I said to Margie, let's not even try to decide this on merit.
Right,
Let's
it's
not
not,
even go there.
we don't
Because
wanna
it's just
adjudicate.
it's too much of a thorn patch. Let's just leave it to the market and say, how would we pay for this? What would be the market forces here? And what exceptions do we want to make?
Yeah, Karen, please. So when the school does pay for sixth graders to go to other schools, for to go to seventh grade, right?
Seventh and
Yeah.
eighth grade.
Seventh
Yeah,
and
that's
eighth grade.
right. So Westminster, the school does pay for them
Yeah.
to
That
go
is
to
correct.
another school.
Mhm.
So I find that interesting that that's okay.
But that's because we don't
We don't
have a
offer
seventh
it.
and
I
eighth.
know, I get this. I'm only wanting to say is that there is some precedent that we do pay for students to go places.
We probably
So-
have to, don't we? Probably mandated by law to do so.
Yeah, so never mind. Really, you told me to be quiet, Charlie, so while you were talking, so hold on just a second.
Okay, I stand corrected. Sorry. Go
So-
ahead, Karen.
I think what is going on for me here is that it's that, what I heard you saying is that we don't want to accept students on merit. We just want to think of them as numbers that have a certain cost attached to them. And I find that Machiavellian, frankly, a bit. I think that we have to grapple with, I mean, if this allows us to actually grapple with a student who wants to come here from another place, would you help me to understand how that would happen?
Let
Is
me go run through it, let me just
Okay.
run through it. So we create a
Because-
tuition.
Yeah.
Then the criteria for getting in is that you need a letter from the principal of the sending school.
Yeah.
Just telling us what the special needs are, all the
Yeah,
like
yeah,
things
yeah.
that they need. We need a letter from you, Liz, saying that we have space and that we can fulfill those needs, And then, we need a letter from, whoops, I skipped, sorry.
Yes,
I
because
skipped
you're the
one.
chair of the sending.
We need a letter from the school board of the other township saying that they will pay tuition. I did say in this thing that if the entirety of the amount up above in the tuition, I said if the entirety of the amount isn't satisfied, the board reserves the right to deny admission. But I'm not saying won't, just saying
We have the right to.
we might. Like,
Sure.
So
there's a letter from the principal,
of the sending school,
that's right,
a letter from the board,
the board,
and a
from the
letter,
sending school,
right, and a letter
from the principal
Liz.
here, Liz, and any non-resident student whose parent works at the Westminster Center School shall be automatically granted admission. So what does that mean?
So this is a little, like, an attempt to, other schools have done this, to keep and attract good teachers and administrators, keep them in this school. So if you work here, your kid can go here.
Even if you live in Grafton?
Correct. This
So-
was an optional,
So
I
it
put
would pay
this in as
me
an
as a
optional.
parent to try to get a job here so that I could have my child come here
Yeah.
and be taken care
Yeah,
Or you could live here,
That would be Machiavellian.
or you
of.
could.
Well, no, but I mean,
I'm kidding.
that's what I'm wanting to say, is that it matters if, you know, so I get, I mean, I really, let's see. I'm trying to get a sense of equity around class.
Equity around class, I would say, is the fact that you're gonna be draining schools if we just let kids come and say, nope, I don't wanna be at that school anymore, I wanna go to this school, because I think this school's better, and I think that's gonna be better. That is I think the idea of school choice is inequitable in nature. And so I think that saying we just need to be open to let anyone.
That wasn't what I was saying.
Yeah.
Truly, it wasn't at all. It's really trying to get a sense of what's, maybe some criteria around, let's say that somebody lives, you know, just across the border in Putney. But I'm just playing this out a little bit here, so.
Go ahead,
But
please.
the kind of facilities that are available, maybe it's on the maybe it's another border, and that they don't have the facility to take care of, you know, their child or the children in that thing, and they want to come here. So I'm trying to figure out if there are some criteria here that are, I don't know if you call it merit-based, but that have some sense of something other than not merit-based, I guess.
What would be an example of something they didn't have in a school that they did have here? What would be an example of that situation?
Well,
Because legally, you have to provide students with what they need.
right.
And so that would be, they would have to take that up with the school system in which they live,
Sure.
so that they're providing those services.
Yeah, so I know that the case that we were talking about before, and I'm not going to mention, you know, anything, but it had a little bit to do with feeling that the parents were the ones that making the decision rather than the child. So what I meant to say is that if that school system has what that child needs, then no, you know what I mean? In other words, they won't come here unless they have, so that's what I'm wanting to say. If we assess that at one place, they do not have the kind of special needs or special education or something like that, and we do, then that would be, would we say yes?
No, they
That's-
have to legally provide that. So
Yeah.
you can't say, we can't make a
Okay, that's
judgment and say, we don't think they're doing a good enough job, so you can come to us because we're better.
Yeah.
That's essentially what you're saying. We don't have that, I don't feel
So you
comfortable
would
using that
say
type of
to
judgment.
that child, you know, you have to push that other school system to have what you need.
Which is what I meant by, I don't want to get involved in the merits.
Yeah.
But somebody's gonna say, well, my school really isn't as good for me, and blah, blah, blah. I don't want to have that discussion with you because it's intangible. And how do we know?
We can't
How
How
assess
can we
it.
come to a fair?
You could feel that same way
determination?
about this school in a year. Right?
No, one at a time, please.
So, there is actually a student I pick up on the bus who lives in Putney, and I take him to the high school. So he must have done some deal with with RSU to come to our high school. And I know that kids from this SU can go to the Brattleboro High School. So they must have some cooperative agreement. I think there are a certain number of slots that people can go in either direction. So that's a fine system. So I can see that we might come up with something like that if the other towns were interested in cooperating with us. But I don't want to just it be us saying, we're open to all comers.
Yeah.
We could add that in maybe, like, this is open to 10 slots. We can add like some kind of I'm just,
One of the things that I think would be tricky to say, this is up to 10 slots, is like, let's say there's a single strand and that strand already has 22 kids in it. Adding another student can force to be like a classroom to be unmanageable. And so that's not just the cost of another student coming in, that's also the cost of another teacher.
coming in,
Right.
yeah.
So that would be the principal would say, no, we don't have space.
we don't have room.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
we would, that would be fine, there's no space.
Okay.
I think one situation where I was trying to wrap my head around because I think I do have a bias in that I don't like, I feel that having lots of choice in school slowly over time creates segregation of many types, whether it's segregation of, rich people into one area of school, athletic kids into one school, arts and like theater people into one school. It does that it has the potential to do that, yes. And not will it do that tomorrow? No, one student, no, I'm talking about over time. So I think part of my goal, maybe subconsciously, was to make it challenging, not impossible. But you want to create a scenario where it's not just, I had a bad day with that teacher, I want to just like I just got to get out of here. Like, no, it can't be like that.
Yeah, exactly.
But, maybe it is a little too strict and we can back off a titch, or, tell me which parts of it could be.
No, really,
changed.
honestly, it was more this question of, merit or not merit, and, I'm thinking about the students, not the parents, so.
And then I was trying to think through which scenarios I thought might, like, what is a scenario wherein I think it is good to have a kid move? And I was thinking actually about bullying, for instance, and I think I brought this up last time. So in a small school, for instance, where there's one second grade class, there's only 7 kids in there, in these small towns, that's the way that it is. Say there's bullying situation happening, they're never going to be with a different class. There's not, like, when I was a kid, I had 4 different classes in my grade. You were always mixed up.
Yeah.
So in that, it's like 7 kids, you're with those people from K through 8 sometimes. So in that scenario, that's a problem that's intrinsic to the sending school. They're like, there's a bullying situation going on, it's never going to change. We need to get out of this school particularly. This school doesn't have those particular kids. They may have bullying other ways, and that would be, you could do that here.
But I think that's
Exactly.
covered by Title IX and HHB, isn't it? Like if there's documented harassment, bullying, that kind of stuff, then that is something that they have the legal authority to move a student.
And they can move it in this allows for that as well.
Because the sending school would pay for that.
Yes,
Yeah.
so I think, okay, so that's just one little,
So that would be
I wanna,
covered under this,
Yep.
the way this is.
this, yeah, you could easily do that in this.
There was
in
a
our-
case recently, wasn't there, where somebody did get transferred from Grafton to here, wasn't there? Was that during their time? For that very reason?
From Westminster to Grafton.
Yeah. Oh, interesting, that direction.
That
I believe so.
Rockingham to Westminster as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
So then the
a
other
couple-
piece was,
Excuse me, please finish, and then I have a couple.
okay, so then the other piece was the appeal. We wrote this little appeal. I mean, the appeal portion, did you guys read the note from the lawyer? He was like, you don't really even need an appeal process. You're not required to have one. I only put one in because it was in the sample
In
one.
the example.
But he also said you shouldn't really necessarily be appealing to the same board that you applied to in the first place, which makes good sense. But I mean, I don't know, my thought was to just nix that whole appeal process, period. What do you guys think of that?
Everybody hasn't seen the statement from the attorney, I copied you on that.
Sure.
But that, we can come back to that.
Okay, sorry.
In the original language that Margie started with, there was several references to the superintendent. And I said to her, as far as I know, the superintendent has nothing to do with this.
Correct.
But does the superintendent, could somebody from Grafton appeal to the superintendent and say, listen, they turned me down, I really want to go to Westminster, and does the superintendent have any authority to override our board or to persuade us or whatever?
We're not a unified district, so that's
No.
why it's not applicable in the same sense.
So the superintendent has no, so the person couldn't appeal to the superintendent. They
If
would
we
be
were,
frivolous.
if we were a unified district, I think it would be a moot point anyway,
Yeah,
because they have
yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
But so I was correct that the superintendent has nothing to do with this.
Michelle, you had some questions?
Right, so thank you, everybody. First of all, thank you both for the thoughtfulness about it. This is really a significant subject, and there are implications. I mean, so much precedent is established, and I think we've all kind of been wrestling with that since it was first brought to us. I've a couple of just specific questions, and then I'll make a general comment. Under tuition in number 1, the last sentence, if the entirety of the amount isn't satisfied, the board reserves the right to deny admission. Is that a statement saying that the board could choose to waive tuition? Is that what you're meaning there?
Yes.
I would like that statement.
That's, I wanted the wiggle room in there, just, I mean, I know you don't want to, but I wanted to be able to.
The wiggle room, it's hard, because then I think if we do that, and then for some, and don't do it for others, that could really put us in
Okay,
some jeopardy.
So what should we say instead? If the entirety of the amount is not satisfied, the board will refuse.
Yeah, will refuse.
At one point, we tossed out the idea of parents paying the difference.
I
I
did
thought that
have
was not a good
in the
idea, because then the rich
original.
folks will get in.
I said we, my original was we reserve the right to ask for the remainder from families, and we decided no on that.
Just back,
But please, let me just kind of finish. So if we left it, we could just delete that last sentence.
Yeah.
And if you look at then the remainder of it, it is just the tuition will come. That's just what this
Right.
policy states. So as written, there are no exceptions except for in D.
So if we just delete that last sentence, we're not explicitly saying, we will deny you, but we would, if we don't get tuition.
I think that's what's implied. I don't know that it closes the door to looking at a special circumstance.
Okay.
I
Okay.
actually don't know. I think we might still possibly have the latitude to say this is an exception for these reasons. I don't, and she's uncomfortable, I get that. But I
Just
think
very
in principle, what this statement, what this policy is saying is that we'll only allow this if tuition's paid. That's what it's saying.
by the sending school.
Correct.
Yes, so not, I think,
So take out the last sentence.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
I'll
what it
take out the
says.
last
and it
sentence.
says if it's paid by the sending school.
Yes.
Correct.
Westminster
Sorry.
will ask for the above stated, it says we will ask for the above stated non-resident tuition from the sending school, not we will require.
I think it should be required.
Well, at the very last page, we say tuition for non-resident students shall be payable at any time prior to enrollment in student enrolled to begin blah, 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 it will be payable immediately. Does that cover it? Cover what you're saying, or?
Can we just put the word required in there just to
Sure.
really cover ourselves?
Westminster School Board
Will
requires,
require.
just say, instead of will ask for, requires.
Mhm.
Require. Above stated non-resident tuition from the sending school district.
Right, and then I think 2 is clear. 2A, these are steps that you're proposing. You know, many times the principal from the sending school won't want to do this. I mean, it might be the case.
Is that
that
true?
They
Yeah,
don't
I
want to
wondered
lose the
about
child.
that.
I mean, maybe, I don't know, you know, I don't know. But it's,
Sorry.
B is the chair of the sending agreeing to the full payment, so we have that on record, that's documented. In point C, the attorney did suggest, this is Sean Toohey is the attorney that we use for the Westminster School Board. And as Margie said earlier, he did recommend essentially deleting the appeal process on the next page. But on this one, he suggested that we add, after the words that the student presents, comma, without additional resources. I would add at the end of the sentence of section 2C, without additional resources. I'm concerned that you say correctly that you will not deny based on special needs. But as written, it sounds like the principal could veto if the school is not equipped. I think the reality is that the school district, you know, the district really needs to figure out. So it's the question about needing additional resources.
Without additional resources.
Yeah.
Without additional resources. I guess,
That at the end.
Okay, I'm writing it down, but.
The school is equipped to meet any special needs without additional resources. He's just suggesting we add that clarifying
And
statement.
when he says resources, does he mean money? Like without additional
Money
funds?
or a specialist, an interventionist.
Or
a
a
whole
one-on-one
nother
classroom teacher,
Resource,
yeah,
Mhm.
behavior.
And then I would, looking ahead, I do suggest that we delete the appeal. But then looking at D, let's talk about it a little bit more. Margie's offered the rationale that we'd love to attract good people and it would be an incentive. You know, many people talk about having an incentive to allow for one's child or children to be able to be at the same school.
And are we comfortable with that?
That's the question I'd like to pose to everybody.
So, I was going to say one, I wonder if there should be a caveat in there about space available. So if somebody wanted to bring their child, but it meant having to split fifth grade class into two classes and hire a new teacher,
Yeah,
then
that's.
maybe we don't want to do that.
Yeah,
So,
So we just say, after Westminster School Board, comma, subject to space available.
subject to space available.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let me just get this.
I agree strongly with Dee. We are in a real teacher crisis, shortage crisis right now. I think teachers get almost no perks.
Yeah, this could be one.
This could be one perk
mhm.
that they get in order to keep good teachers here. I think it's a,
And this is any parent, could be custodian, this could be
Yeah.
school
Right.
nurse, yeah.
Yeah.
Which
I mean,
I
and
certainly
everything.
agree
And
with.
when I say teacher shortage, I guess I should say school personnel shortages.
Mhm.
They're
So so when it says works at the Westminster Center School, at means all of those people that you described.
Correct.
Right, maybe, do you want me to put in something like, this includes faculty and staff, and is there a different way to write that that would be more
Oh,
inclusive?
and I don't think we need to do that, but I'm
Well, yeah.
now suddenly worrying about parent. It could be guardian, it could be.
Yes, I wondered that, yeah. Any numbers
Who's
on
staff,
who's
who's preferred
parent
parent.
or guardian/guardian? Okay, okay.
You're concerned about, Charlie's raising a concern about all staff. I still think it, personally,
Yes.
I think so.
Did you see the email from Andy about the,
Pardon?
total side note, somebody's quitting, the head of facilities? Anyway, okay.
So are there, I'm gonna make a proposal after we finish discussion, but are there any other changes people would suggest?
I think the changes
It's a
that we
hard
made.
line, may I say. It's a harder line than Westminster has previously had. We have been, on a case-by-case basis, we have allowed children to come here, and we have not always required tuition from ascending school. I have to really review my notes. One situation I can remember maybe 5 years ago did have to do with a student who was experiencing bullying, and that family wanted to move the child to Putney Central School, and that occurred, and I don't remember whether we paid tuition or not. I'd like to check the records on that. And we did not get into the kind of legal discussion that you raised earlier. Federal law never came into the discussion. It may not have been elevated. Well, help me with that.
because the word bully is thrown around a lot, but there's a legal definition to bullying and harassment. And so I think that would be, I think we would need to go, I feel strongly that it would need to have been a documented, investigated situation in order for us to move forward with that. Because many parents and students say they're being bullied when that is not the case.
So I believe it did not rise to that level. I think it was family discomfort, child discomfort, and that my understanding is that the move was quite successful. And it didn't rise to that, as I'm saying. I'd like to check the record on that. I'd like to invite the public. This is a public meeting. This was warned as a topic for this meeting. I'd like to invite the public to send us any comments. This is a big and a complicated issue, and I'd love to hear from people. And so I would suggest that we not take any action on this tonight, that we invite comment, and that this would be again on our next regular meeting, which is December 15, I think it's the meeting. December, yes, absolutely.
I just have one additional question. So we do, I think we do have students right now who are in Westminster who are non-residents in Westminster. So would we consider them grandfathered into the system and that this is for any, active moving forward?
Should I add that in here?
Should that be yeah,
Pardon me?
because I was saying.
Does it need to be
we have-
added, is what you're asking?
Yeah.
Like that current students are grandfathered
We can
in.
even just put that in the minutes if and when we take action on
Okay,
this.
okay.
I think I'm beginning to understand that there are some circumstances where we do have students here, and I think legal action was involved to have them moved here.
Yeah, I just was thinking that students are covered by this.
Do we have any idea if tuition follows them?
I believe that tuition is going to follow them, is what I've just been told.
So, are you recommending that the changes that we talked about be made into another document or waiting for public response?
I think both, when we post items for the next meeting, this is a document that could be there for the public to read.
Yes.
And
So
again,
those changes that we made
correct.
could be good, because it,
As amended.
as amended.
I think we can take that action, that we could entertain a motion to post this for discussion at our upcoming meeting, reflecting the changes that we recommended tonight. Okay? So I would entertain that motion.
Seconded?
Okay? Got it? So we'll discuss it at the next meeting, having incorporated the changes here, and we invite the public to come.
Thank you for putting that work into it.
Yes. thank you
Cool,
so
I guess
much.
I did have one other question. The top admission of non-resident students from non-operating districts, does that make sense? It's non-operating.
It's a legal term in the state, I don't remember what it means.
Should I just keep it, or should we just say,
Did the law, did the,
that was in the sample? I just
Okay.
kept it
Or
from
from
the sample.
outside districts?
Where is it?
Just
It's
the
on the
very
outside.
top.
The label
title.
at the top, yeah.
admission of non-resident students from
Non-operating,
I would delete that, admission of non-resident students.
just
To
period,
Westminster Central
Yeah.
School.
yeah. To Westminster Center School.
To, what we actually call it technically is to Westminster Community Schools.
Okay,
Really?
okay, I should probably change that.
And that's only because we used to have the West building, and I still like the broader.
I get totally confused by Central and Center.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Go to Center School. Which one?
Bellas Falls over, there's
Okay.
Central over.
No, they mean Bellas Falls, but
Okay,
Central means
thank you
Bellas
so
Falls.
much.
But again, outstanding, thank you very much.
Sure,
Very helpful.
thank you, Joe.
Now, the last, also complicated proposal, Margie's been doing some research on, and that's the solar.
Yeah, so at the last SU meeting, there was a proposal from a fellow who is doing a large-scale solar farm, whatever they're called, and then asking the SU if we wanted to join a net metering agreement. The contract, I've read through it, but basically it's a guaranteed 10% savings on your, every dollar that they put into the grid, we would pay 90 cents for. It's a 10% savings. I guess I just wanted to bring it up because the SU put it to the finance committee.
And it's not going to consider it until after budget season.
Okay, and they won't consider it till after budget season. But I was wondering and thinking that if the SU decides not to do it as a larger group, would Westminster Center consider doing it? And, or would we want to consider doing that? Joining in that metering?
Okay.
Well, no, you heard your end up first.
Is
I can't remember.
there an upfront cost? I mean, are we putting money into
No.
this thing?
It's
There's
free.
no cost at all?
No,
Oh, strange.
it's, you're joining this group. You're you're agreeing to pay, I can send everyone the contract that he sent. You're agreeing to pay, you're signing up for 20 years, it's a long term. You're signing up for 20 years of a certain amount of purchasing a certain amount of power, which is, I forget the percentage you told me, but I've asked a bunch of questions just to clarify, but it's, I forget what percentage of the use that we use now.
What would be the downside of it? What would be the reason not to do it?
This is a really good question. I
Yeah.
emailed Jack Breyer about that because, however you say his name, Bear?
Right.
Right, you're right.
Anyway, because he was saying at the meeting that he saw some downside, or that he said the devil was in the details, but he has not emailed me back with those
With those
specific
devilish
devils.
details.
Yeah, but I'm very curious what he thinks. It seemed like Chris Kibbe also had some concerns, but I haven't heard anything
So
about that.
what is the energy source in this building? Is it all
Green.
electricity?
Yeah.
Or is there a heating system?
We have a wood chip
A
burner.
wood chip burner?
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
okay, but
It's actually
nothing
very
like gas
cool.
or, yeah. it's
Yeah,
very-
it's awesome.
No, I know
It's huge.
people
Yeah.
who have those. So it's not, like oil or gas.
No, we have oil, we also have an oil tank.
Okay.
And
Yeah. So the reason I'm mentioning this is at that meeting, if you all remember, while I was sitting next to a woman who was talking about, what happens in 50 years?
Molly did, like,
Molly said, what happens
Sure that.
for our children, basically, when these solar panels become obsolete. And are there things I looked it up, I actually did look it up. So there are certain panels that are more or less, well, there's stuff in them, that's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
To bury them or wherever you put them, they still have, a chemical that is not good for us, right? So I was interested in, there's a much, what do I say? A much thinner but very effective solar panel that is less that way. So it occurred to me to ask these folks, because I thought it was actually a good question. I did. And so, because at that meeting, people had different, is it, anyway, are we saving money? And yes, it was saving money. The question was really, over time, how bad is it to bury all of these things? You know what I mean?
Is it worse
What do
than
you
burning
do?
oil?
What do you do with the solar panels after 30 years is what she asked.
Yeah, that's right. So what happens to them? And I looked it up about what was in those solar panels. And, it's not all good when you have to get rid of them. You know what I mean? I had the same conversation with the woman next to me because it was other sources, right? But anyway, I just wanted to mention that because I thought it was an interesting question. And, how many we do, or, the size of what we might do, or, anyway, it's just that.
Well, we're not doing anything. This was like this was.
No, it was an offer. What I wanted to say was an offer that might have been interesting to people.
Well, I was thinking, like, here's, we have this surplus money. Here's this other group that's building the solar array. I think we do need to start thinking about alternative sources of energy. And if we're not going to put in our own array here, this is the next best thing.
Yeah.
You join a collective. So do we want to consider that? We can have him come, we can have the guy who's putting this together come to our next meeting and present it to us.
Would we be paying for part of the cost of him building it?
No.
We're just gonna.
There's no upfront cost. Literally all you're doing is you're agreeing to be their customer and purchase the energy that they are producing.
And their cost is guaranteed to be lower than the kilowatt hour cost of GMP, the Green Mountain Power.
They're guaranteeing a 10% discount.
Yeah, I would love to know what the downside.
Which is about $3,000
Well,
right
it's
now.
worth having some.
Yeah.
Let's look it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we say, is our electricity energy bill this year is 30,000, 35, 38? So we're talking about 3,000 to 4,000 a year savings.
Yeah.
Not a lot.
Well,
Some, but not a lot.
well,
We're putting that
I mean,
into
I thought about, like, what is the downside? I was thinking the downside would be you're locked into a 20-year agreement if something better does come along. That is the downside.
Like there's this new like technology they're coming out with, this much
Say
more
it again, I
efficient
can't-
wind. There's a much more efficient windmill technology that they're coming out with, which could be a perfect option for Westminster, given that the wind never stops blowing there. And so if that, and we know that with the, what is it called, the Inflation Reduction Act, there's like huge incentives for boosting up our green energy production. So in the next couple of years, there could be better options. We'd be locked into a 20-year agreement.
I pushed him on the 20-year.
Yeah.
I asked if that was negotiable and he said no. I actually, when I emailed him, I pushed him on the 10% too. I said, we're the only customers, we're great customers, we would pay on time every time, you should give us better than 10%. And they wouldn't budge on that either. Just so you know, I'm trying.
Because I should walk away. And they'll say, oh, man.
Yeah. I'm leaving.
Wait,
13%?
Speak to my manager, yes.
I mean, it might be interesting at some time, maybe not the next meeting, but to hear the wind person, the solar person, to talk to us about, what's moving ahead and what's, what I mean, to ask those kinds of questions.
I do think short of building our own, we probably should look at some of these agreements, right?
I also asked him at that meeting whether or not they're collaborating, because, Green Mountain Power's been doing a lot of stuff. Whether these companies are collaborating with one another to try to improve things. And he said he was just going to a conference of other people doing similar stuff. So it was, that's my whole thing about, anyway.
Well, so I am sitting here intrigued by the possibility of the board looking at options. I'm thinking about Kat Goodell, our school nurse's husband, and the fact that they produce all the energy that they need at the Goodell farm with using the methane from the animals, that's incredible. I'd love to hear a little bit about that. Now, how would we get that? We'd have to get it from the farm, right? But what about with all of the surplus that we have? What about a solar array? Why, we have a lot of land here. Why, and the children can be involved in that, about all the different educational aspects of that. Wind is potentially another option. So what if we get a little, maybe a mix, do a little more research, and again, back to the significant surplus monies, we could make this one-time investment and have a return for a long time.
I do think Green Mountain Power does source a lot of their electricity from renewable options, which is something to look at.
I put solar on my barn 2 years ago now, and working with GMP.
Yeah, my neighbor the same. I mean, he gives back to
Right.
power.
So I love this, and I think we have choices.
That'd be fun too.
I think we'll make much more than 10% if we put our own up.
Well, and the difference between, when I looked at the difference between the two, so if you're guaranteeing 10% less, they guaranteed 10% less. So the costs rise, GMP is still controlling how much they're charging. We just get 10% less than whatever the going rate is.
Yeah.
If you put up your own array, you're almost locking in how much, because you're putting in kilowatt hours. You're not putting in dollars. You're putting in kilowatt hours that then you use kilowatt hours. You see what I'm saying? So it's like you're locking in your value that the day you put them up and start running them, versus a system that's like shifting, versus a system that you're getting 10% back. You're getting a 10% discount, no matter what the cost is, you're getting 10% off.
If you produce your own, you get 100% discount.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
So,
It's you're
if the
locking
price
in
goes
that
up, then
day.
100% is even greater.
Right, right, that's what I'm saying. You're
But the issue is that there's a cost of
Yeah.
it's a
Putting it in.
big cost. I don't know, but the
And
rest
there's
of
upkeep.
you have
But it
solar
turns out we
panels,
have
but
some cash.
I don't, because I couldn't afford it. So but I keep asking my neighbors, you have all these and you have that, maybe I could be right in the middle.
Not only do we have cash, but there's probably grants to support this thing as well.
That back to what's going on with the infrastructure.
Yeah.
As well. So I think a little more research, I'd
Okay.
suggest that we do this research between now and the end of the year, quite honestly, because we want to be ready if we have a proposal to the taxpayers for
Yeah.
use of some of these monies.
So does anybody wanna hear from this guy or no?
What?
Okay,
Not
you don't
in the
wanna
short
hear from
term.
the guy.
Yeah,
Maybe short term.
I don't think we need to now. I would suggest, Margie, you can share with the board all of those emails, just asking people not to comment. It's only for their information, therefore everybody can read the
And you
Q&A.
can look at the contracts.
I beg your pardon?
And look at the
Oh,
contract.
sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
And
not to get into email dialogue, but you may share all
I
of
was
that
just thinking
information.
about Ian's, comment about wind, that she had some information about the wind thing that you were talking about.
Yeah, we actually have written to this company that has this new technology for our own house, but I could write to them too and see what the timeline is. Moving forward, they have like some that they've installed up in Burlington.
And I think the big additional framing for all of this in our own minds is that what's good for this school district for the long term? And is this the time with this surplus money to invest these possibilities as part of what we're
And having
recommending?
the students be reading about it. I mean, in other words, if we're starting to do this, it would be kind of interesting if it were something that they wanted to research too about things.
And also be thinking about any other enhancements here
Yeah.
that would be good for the community, for the children coming years from now, that we might have the opportunity to help serve now.
Yeah.
Yes, Margie?
There was, Sarah was interested in thinking about things for the budget, for budgetary surplus, and wanted to create some kind of a proposal. And I met with her, but I don't know how to do something like that. Should I meet with
Oh, you're
you?
talking Sarah Carlisle. I was
Yes.
trying to figure out who you
Yeah,
were talking
Sarah
about.
Carlisle. She's just a Westminster resident.
Right,
She has a bunch of ideas, and when does one present those, or can she come and present?
of course, anytime, we just have to figure out the time and, yeah, okay. All right, encourage her, please.
Well, it has to be next meeting, doesn't it? Or in December.
Right, soon, yeah.
Okay.
And would you need to write by a certain time so that she could be put on the agenda, or would she
Yeah.
speak during public comment?
To be on the agenda is better, to give us the advance, especially if she has any one, if it's in public comment, then we don't get to dialogue and we certainly can't take action. If she wants to be on the agenda, it has to be in advance.
So just, is there an advance, is there a time in which she needs to, like, a week prior, or does it?
Okay.
Typically, that's
Okay, I'll tell her that.
So that's those are all the major topics for the agenda. Next is director's comments. We've already addressed date and time of next meeting. Are you ready for director's comments?
Oh, thank you for running a good meeting.
Right. Margie, any comments?
Nope, I was just putting it on my calendar.
All right, Karen.
Really, I just felt that the work that you both put into this was great. And I loved hearing more about what's going on from a learning point of view, and I'd love to have a long conversation. Great. Anyway, and the conversations about the different kinds of options for energy.
I do have one more
And
thing.
thank you.
This is possible, but I was wondering whether, I'm glad you suggested that we put this aside, the policy aside, and see if we can get some comment. I was wondering at the end of the day whether this is something we should put to the voters of the town, whether they want to charge tuition or not, or whether they want to make space, to not charge it. It might be too, I don't know, too complex or too, I don't know. I don't know if it's a thing that we should take to that, because we've come, I'm embarrassed that I came up with this hard line, making it very hard for people to come.
Well, I'm the one who came up with it, Charlie.
You came up with it, I went along with it.
Yeah.
Because the document that you shared with us was very much encouraging districts to do this, we both agreed that the tone of that document, I think it was you shared it, but
And
When
keep
the
the
work
shine-
shine.
It said, yeah,
Shine.
district should really do this, well, that's great, except that I just thought of all the downsides.
Mhm.
But anyway, so I don't know if you wanted, if we'd ever get a satisfactory outcome from putting in some photos or not.
I think it's too many cooks in the kitchen.
Hmm,
How many cooks in the kitchen?
maybe,
They can comment publicly, I think.
maybe we're made to make
Yeah,
the
they
tough
can,
choices here.
publicly, they can, like you encourage people.
Then we will
So
even know
that's
about
the
it.
next thing I'm gonna,
So are people, oh, sorry, is this the
No.
director's report? No, you. I already gave mine.
how long should we wait for public comment on it? Or what do you, how do we, you know, there's public,
We're going to address it at the next meeting. It's on the agenda for the next meeting. We've encouraged people to give comments between now and then. That's where we are right now.
okay.
How many people know to give them, well, they know.
Fact TV is one.
Well, who
The
knows?
people who are riveted at home watching.
Yeah, we've got an audience of
Right, right.
maybe
And
An
one.
audience of
And I actually think, yeah, I'm gonna check into this a little bit further, but I think with policies, you actually have to go through several rounds of review. It's not that we would automatically pass something and have it be. In fact, there are a set of policies that Westminster needs to officially approve as well, some of which have been approved by the Supervisory Union Policy Committee. So we need to add that to the agenda too, Nicole, for our next meeting. So a lot of policy related things. Teen, you haven't had a chance to make your director's comments.
No, I appreciate the work that was done on the non-student, whatever, the policy that you all worked on. I think that was a good discussion that we had. I loved the harvest celebration today. It was very fun. It was great. And that's all. That's all weekend for everybody.
I did too.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
All right, well, thanks, everybody, and thanks always to the public for joining us. Thank you. Have a good evening. I entertain a motion to adjourn
Second.
at 7:50 PM, Nicole.
Oh, I.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.